Oh my goodness. Okay. We are now live with yet another episode of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Okay, we will be starting in just a moment here. Alright, now that everything is all set and ready to go, let's go ahead and get this video started. Good evening everybody, this is Xenonite XZ6 here, and welcome back to my Let's Play of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. This is part number 31 of this Let's Play series. And so in the last episode, crazy things happened. We managed to check on Francisca, and she's doing okay, but she's still being a huge jerk. We also got to do a lot of more investigation, and we got to talk with both Matt and Adrian. We also went into Matt's mansion to go feed his kitty cat. Then we met the butler, named John. And then we found out that we've been getting more transmission from the transceiver from the kidnapper, but then we noticed there was a meow from the cat, and we found out that there was something that wasn't adding up. We met with both Matt and Adrian, and we found out that Matt Engard is not who he seems to be, and he was the one that... Oh my goodness. Matt went from being the nice guy to the bad guy, as we found out, but the person we're helping to get a not guilty verdict is actually the one that set the whole thing up to kill Juan Corrida. And oh my goodness, it was just insane. Then we also got to know more about what happened during the time between both, with Adrian's past, basically. Got to know a little bit more about that, and we've gathered a lot of new evidence. Oh boy. So in this episode, we are going to be going through the trial once again, and this is probably going to be the most craziest trial that's ever going to happen thus far. We're doing the second part of the trial now at this point, and I don't even know how long this trial is going to be, but we're going to find out. Now, if it goes on really long, then I'm going to split this into two parts. But let's go ahead and get this started as we now move on to the final part, part 4. And just because we're now on to this part, I'm going to save on the second data.
Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right?
And here he goes.
If you please, Mr. Lawyer, remember it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
Now listen up. You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you give that creepy slime bag a not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever.
Maya.
Phoenix? Phoenix!
Oh, it's Maya. Oh, it's Mia. Why did I give him why did I give her... Oh, goodness gracious, I'm messing up my words already. Why did I give Mia Matt's voice? Oh, my goodness.
Mia? Maya, how's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do?
Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles.
But...
You can't give up. There's still some hope left.
Stop it, please! There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere.
Oh, it's that accursed Engard again.
Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You really mean, pal? Oh, you're really mean, pal. Ah, Gumshoe! I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then, you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe, till the trial is over, till the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get Engard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
That's true, I could do that if they found Maya first.
You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
Yeah!
Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. March 23rd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engard. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
Then you're saying that she is guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? It looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt Engard.
What a surprising turn of events!
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor.
I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true.
but we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound.
I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand.
Okay, so Will's first.
Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please. You don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, Will, but I'm just kind of nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room.
Okay, sure.
Visit to Matt's room.
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
Talking with the bellboy is no big deal.
If one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we?
Looks like we're in another sticky situation.
Huh?
A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Okay, so first off, we need to figure out if the bellboy was actually the bellboy.
The defendant's room? Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright?
What is it?
You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time?
Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then...
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here?
Are you sure that was Matt Engard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken.
And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room?
At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
Guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one.
You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip?
But that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think.
So who are these guests you're talking about?
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her.
I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
Okay, so that's what we gotta find out now. It's gonna be a tricky situation. Man, I really was hoping to do well. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be an insane trial. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a while before I figure this out. Hold up, maybe... Oh my gosh, what is the correct statement here? Because I'm a little lost here with... Oh my goodness. If it's an obvious answer and if I'm really missing this... My goodness. My goodness. Alright, I'm gonna have to play a little roulette here. Because apparently I just don't know exactly... Oh my goodness. I really have no idea, actually. I really have no idea. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? Okay. I don't think he left. I think that's the thing I'm trying to figure out. Because I don't remember. Did he really leave? Okay, I'm gonna try to see what evidence I have. I'm gonna try out every evidence for this one. Because I don't think he left. I don't think. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be a long one, and I'm gonna be so stupid, like, you know, not even figuring all this out. Oh my gosh, I'm just... Maybe it has to do something with Lotta's photo, maybe. I just really don't know. Really don't know. Okay, I know it's not any of these. So I know it's not any of these right now. Those are gonna come in later. I really don't know. Okay, let me try Lotta's photos on all these statements. Because right now, I'm really lost at this point. Oh my gosh. What was it? Okay, well apparently it wasn't Lotta's photo, so that's not it. Oh my gosh. Which statement do I need to target here? Because I can't figure all this out. I really don't want to look this up and find out the answer. Maybe it had to be the time on when he was talking with them. Maybe. I'm gonna save here real quick and see if that's maybe it. Yeah, top save report? No. I really have no idea. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. goodness, what is the answer to this? Because I am so confused. I don't even... I'm stuck in the very first part of this trial, and and I don't even know what to use! What's incorrect here? I don't know what's... what is it? Oh my gosh. I don't want to look this up. I don't want to look this up and see which one was the answer. I mean, I know I had to look up something from the 5th trial, but... what do I do? What do I use? Oh my goodness. I don't want to lose any health either. I don't know what's the answer. Was he really there? That's the question. I'm confused. He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was the bellboy. How would he know if it was the bellboy he was talking to? I'm so lost and confused. Wait, hang on. No, oh my goodness, I think I may know what it is. Hang on. I don't know why I was having so many brain farts. Maybe it has to be this thing. Maybe you would have had to seen that. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe it was, I really have no idea. Like, what do I even use? It's not the button. Okay, if I keep getting this all mixed up here, I'm gonna have to look this up and see what's the answer here, because I really have no idea. But then again, it could be obvious. Okay, so it wasn't the button. Okay, so it wasn't that. Okay, so I guess it wasn't that one. Oh my goodness. It's almost at 30 minutes and I'm stuck at this one. How am I already stuck in something? And I just don't even know what to do. But it's gotta be probably this one, maybe. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. How would he know if he was still in that one? Like, he should have been asleep after all this. Okay, I'm gonna have to try to see if it's that statement. Because that could be... Oh my goodness. If it's a person, I swear this is going to be outrageous. I can't believe I'm already stuck in the first part. I don't even know what to do. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. How would he have known he was still in his nickel samurai costume? How would he know that? I mean, I know it could be... Oh my my goodness, I really don't want to look this up, but I may have to at this point, I don't know. Oh my goodness. I know this could be an obvious answer, and I may be stupid not realizing it. I don't know. I really don't know. Guitar case? No, why would it be a guitar case? That's stupid. I don't know the answer to this one. Maybe the knife? Maybe? I don't know. Let me try this one, the knife on the other statement. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I probably don't want to do this, but I'm probably going to have to look this up. I don't know. Maybe the bear? I don't know what to do. How can it be this lost in the first round? Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright, I'm going to have to look this up because I am confused as hell. Like, I'm confused. This is going to be the only time I'm going to look this up. Only for this part, and that's it. And I know I don't want to look this up, but I'm going to have to in order to make sure I know what do I need to use. That's the thing I'm so confused of. Because I am lost and confused. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna lead to something, never mind. Wait, what? Wait. Go back. Hold up. I think I know. Oh. First, what do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy, and why was that? Why do you think that Miss Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second.
Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated.
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Oh, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
Okay, that was what I screwed up on, okay.
So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Oh, well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Okay, so this is where I need to go, okay. Alright, now I think I know where I'm going with this now, okay. And I'm sorry if I had to look it up, but I was, like, confused.
What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, he wasn't exactly a boy. More like an old gramps. Ahem. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it was straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. It was like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come splitting out.
He was there, at Engard's house. He was that butler.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor.
So that means Engard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Engard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything.
Yes, Chief.
You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What did you just say, Your Honor?
Nothing, Mr. Wright. Nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
Let me question about the other thing as well. The tip.
The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much?
Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
Oh, well, how interesting.
Okay, finally we're moving on here.
That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor.
The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us.
The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him.
Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting?
He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work.
So suppose that roll of cash was not a tip. Then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida.
Then the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley the Killer?
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that that person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away.
Okay, let's just hope we don't have to look this up again. Okay, I'm sorry if I had to look it up. Before we continue, I do apologize I had to look it up. I was just so stuck that I didn't think I had to press them again on that one time. That was probably why I didn't figure it out in the first place. I was thinking too obvious of using evidence and not pressing hard enough to get an answer. Let's just proceed.
This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so we had to be the assassin. Sure thing. I mean...
Thank you very much. This is all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. D. Killer. Then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh.
Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. My goodness. Alright, well... Okay. Well, we finally got away from the first one. Let's just hope this one doesn't take frickin' long. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm sorry if this episode's starting poorly. My goodness. Because that was a poor start to the beginning of this trial. Because it was stuck on something that was too obvious and I didn't even realize that you had to press him again about he thought for certain that it was the bellboy or something like that.
And what time was it?
Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all.
But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of?
The victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am.
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
So what exactly was so out of place about it?
Right. Why the insipid grin?
Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next?
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
The bellboy, that bellboy was was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... Let it slide for now.
You're right. I think it's pretty unusual, too.
I thought you might think so.
There's no need to say anything when the defense gives up without a fight. Let's move on.
Anyway, Mr. Powers, you thought the bellboy was a little suspicious, correct?
Let me just save just in case.
Please don't be so quick to judge.
But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us.
But he really is the assassin, you know?
Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull, well, some cheap tricks on this one. Do I have to press him again?
So what exactly was so out of place about it?
I don't want to end up getting the bad ending. Let's see what happens if you do the other option.
There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
But there really, really is.
There really, really isn't.
If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one.
Edgeworth, you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed.
Okay. I think I'm starting to understand now. I think I gotta keep pressing him until I get more answers.
So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
Pretty sure it was tomato juice.
If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof? Huh?
Sounds like another job for the court record. Okay, so now we gotta use proof. Do we have to use the wine glass?
Objection!
I think we do. I'm not quite sure.
Mr. Powers,
Yes?
you're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and...
So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is...
It's the judge speaking.
This is the crime scene.
There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
Ah, but you can prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes.
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry.
What is with him? Why is he laughing?
Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh great, here we go. The more we get further into this trial, the more crazier things are gonna get.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
That bellboy. He was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. Well, the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry. It slipped my mind.
Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, got to focus. I can't get lax here. So let me save real quick.
So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
So, A football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather?
First we went to baseballs, then we went to footballs. My goodness gracious.
But that man, he receives a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest?
Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay.
Their second meeting. Okay, so we're now onto the third round.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. The old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident.
Some accident, I say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Their second meeting.
Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be a poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spy. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all of this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like.
I knew he was spying.
Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
I said, hold it!
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time.
So who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm?
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah. Well, it was Mr. Engard's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. Engard himself, I say.
And then what did the bellboy do after that?
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing...
Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engard's room?
He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right?
I do.
Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time?
Oh yeah, I saw that one thing.
What?
He saw something else.
It was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker.
I think we all know who that is.
I think we could forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first.
It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Talk about a loose situation.
Ask about this something.
He gave something to this person.
Yeah.
And what was this something?
Ha! If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? If it implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure. But I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
Wooden statue?
A statue?
Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know.
Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instincts on this one and take a chance, Phoenix.
Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that?
Okay, so wooden statue. Do we have to go with the bear? Is that the stuffed bear or the figurine? Objection! It was the figurine.
What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did the objection come from? Well, speak up.
It was me, Your Honor.
What is it, Phoenix?
I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Phoenix, deep breath.
Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Matt Engard's mansion.
The defendant's house. What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found in Mr. Engard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Engard is the killer's client.
Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia.
No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked.
Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that.
Okay, this is where I'm going to save.
All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
Powers' testimony, the person who received the bear itself.
I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh,
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Phew. Disaster averted. Oh, great.
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape.
I can't believe it. That butler. All this time he was the killer.
The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engard Mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to Engard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else.
What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to...
I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
What? There is still a number one?
There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright.
Okay. So we got two options left. We got Powers' testimony and the person who received the bear.
Mr. Powers' testimony, of course.
Huh? I know that...
Your inanity stupefies me, Mr. Wright. We have already clarified all questionable points during the cross-examination just now. Wasting time like this, calling the testimony questionable. I say it's your head that's questionable here.
Okay, well, we now knows what happens when we pick that. I guess we gotta go with the person who received the bear.
There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure.
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remember who took the bear.
What?
Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But, the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear it.
You've got to be kidding!
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order. It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count.
So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt Engard is the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do? Oh, I think this is gonna lead to the bad ending. Alright, I'm gonna save on the other data 2. Because I think this is gonna be leading to the bad ending. But I don't want to get the bad ending right away. I think I want to raise an objection. Then we'll see what happens.
I will now announce my...
There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these 2 reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at the Engard mansion. Okay, let me save on the fur data, because that's going to be the other data save. And data 1 is just going to be the main data. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
A real client?
Yes.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Is this all you have?
Now, Phoenix Wright, let's hear your theory. Who did you say is the killer's real client, therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews?
Yes. We already know that she tried to frame at Engard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw.
That could have very well been Miss Andrews.
But what about Mr. Engard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engard's mansion.
It was well-led trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Engard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order, order, order. All disrupted parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
He's right. The killer did especially bring that bear to Engard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
March 23rd, 11:54 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3.
Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian.
I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick!
Pearls, where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strange power suddenly called her away.
Really strong power.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto.
Phew, that's good, pal.
And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where D-Killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time!
We just have one. Even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, gotta keep a trial going until Maya's been rescued. But if I just run out of luck this time, is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent.
Mia!
It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The very big circus.
Maya's somewhere within a 300 feet radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal.
Hey, draw a circle on that map.
About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And
And?
I could see a mailbox in the window just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox.
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish you us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Court will now reconvene.
D-Killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution called for defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
You have seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets?
All right. Why does she... The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, which is enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine, it's a contender of sorts. A container of sorts, is it?
Yes. Looks can be deceiving. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Miss Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Okay. Now we gotta figure this all out. The purpose of that bear. And I'm only saving on data 3. I can't save on data 2, because that probably will lead to the bad ending if I choose to listen to the prosecution thing.
Well, actually, the verdict, not the prosecution thing.
A puzzle?
That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle.
So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting.
Boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. He's having way too much fun with this.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it.
So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart?
And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews.
Witness, let's continue with your testimony.
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country.
But this looks like it could be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken.
Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
Two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Engard didn't know, right?
I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. A figurine updated. A wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Karita and Andrews know how to open it.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness.
Yes.
You are the only one who can open this. Please.
Okay, so what's inside, though? There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? Looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is. Do we, Miss Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Karita's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts. But just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Karita himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she's just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found,
What's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note has been made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her notes, Celeste Impact left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard. About being engaged to Kurita and Engard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to win it all.
And that's all Miss Impacts had to say.
There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Matt Engard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost.
Celeste's suicide note, found inside the figurine, it tells of Engard's horrible misdeeds. It's Engard's fault that the woman killed herself. And this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend those creeps too.
There is no room for doubt here. Mr. D. Killer's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note, and the only person who needed that note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gravel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! The suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? Okay, this is gonna cost us health. Maybe the suicide note?
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor.
Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it.
It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
I think Your Honor believes that Matt Engard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I see that Matt Engard could not have known what was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently.
I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession.
Matt Engard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Engard.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking that I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this.
Gumshoe's buck sweeper.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Matt Engard's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engard learned the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man in the bag killer guy? Shush, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix.
Yes, Chief.
Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What am I going to do next?
Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. Oh, something's about to happen. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go?
I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily.
You are beginning to sound desperate.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said?
So, you're telling me that I forgot something?
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh dear. I better get this right, otherwise this is gonna really screw everything up. Well, actually, leave the fourth data alone. I'll just save on the first one.
But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter.
whoops. Mr. Wright, after this trial is over, I would like to see you in my chambers.
And we're about to lose health. Okay. It wasn't... I thought it was going to be that for a minute. Okay.
Take that!
No, it's going to say the same thing. Okay, so it wasn't that. The radio transceiver? Nope.
That wasn't it. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
Take that!
It wasn't that. Thought for certain there. What evidence do we need to re-exam?
Take that!
Okay. Let's see. Wasn't the figurine? Every time he keeps saying that, that means I know it's wrong. Hold on, I'm gonna have to retry some of these. Hang on. Alright, let's see. There's gotta be one piece of evidence. So it wasn't this one. The picture card? No, it wasn't the picture card. I thought it was for a minute. You were so close, Mr. Edgeworth, but there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Maybe it has to be the, It's either the autopsy or the... Let me try some of the reports.
Take that!
My gosh. Okay. So...
Take that!
It wasn't that one. What if it was this one? My goodness. Every time he keeps saying gray matter.
Take that!
Oh, the suicide note. Okay. Alright, it was the suicide note.
That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right?
Who knows?
I mean, sure, if the suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed.
Oh,
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Ms. Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting...
Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake?
Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear?
How dare you!
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
Objection!
But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
What?
Recall the witness testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could have solved the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Engard.
I did no such thing.
Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Objection!
Oh, he's shaking his head.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting is yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again, we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
Impossible. That's impossible.
This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis my butt. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. Engard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 They're saying guilty! 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 They're shouting guilty.
Oh,
What is that sound?
It's Gumshoe.
hello, Gumshoe?
What is with him? And what's with that thigh?
Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time.
But
Don't tell me we don't. We don't have any more.
Guilty! 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 They're saying guilty! 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 Guilty!
do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh!
What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to end today's proceedings. Let me take your phone calls after...
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch!
Take that!
Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you've got to buy us some more time!
Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence at that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for.
Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At this the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
Not sure if this is helping. or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
March 23rd, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation?
The killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time.
Ugh. Report.
Ah, is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things.
Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you asked, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really?
That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk of junk car, I say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
All right. Just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all of the stops and running every red light.
Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this.
Oh. What happened? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me.
No one can stop me.
Uh-oh! Oh no, something happened! What happened?
It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well.
What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help.
But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
No, we can't let that happen.
Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance.
Well, why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at the moment? I think there is a way.
That's right. There is a way.
What? How?
I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this.
Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here.
Guess this won't work, huh?
There is a way. Okay, let me save here in this part real quick. We're not in the middle of a mock trial here.
Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have.
Francisca. Will she even want to help us?
Edgeworth,
What is it?
I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what am I doing now? I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death.
Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
Verdict?
Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here?
Yes, Bailiff.
There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent.
They're probably finished with the handwritten analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
To be continued? What? Oh my goodness, how much longer do we have to go for this episode? Well, we're on trial part 2. We'll see what happens with this. March 21st, 2:45 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Okay.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
That is... It's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwritten analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake.
Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? This was not written by Miss Impax, and who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwritten matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida.
Mr. Corrida?
Well. It looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engard.
However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
His theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it.
The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was a fake. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, your response?
I believe that even more important than finding out if this note is real or not is whether the attorney's badge pinned on that man's chest is real. That is the million-dollar question.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, great. Oh my goodness.
Take that!
My goodness. Is there really anything suspicious about the note?
Take that! Take that!
Oh my goodness. This is really gonna be difficult.
Take that!
Oh, the transmitter.
What is this little item called again?
A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera. Oh, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then this situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Ugh.
Order! Order! Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured?
As I figured. It came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwritten analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What's next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual.
Edgeworth's stuttering. It's not like him at all. Oh no! Do we have to suffer through Olbag again?
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the questions of who was it that hired Shelley D. Killer to commit murder?
It's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It's
Yes? Go on. Who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley D. Killer.
Oh, Mr. D. Killer. Wait! Shelley D. Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this all right with you?
Do we have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out.
The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand.
Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us?
Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelly the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I said, what is going on here?
Your Honor.
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. D. Killer will testify to this court.
So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure if this is really Mr. D. Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelly the Killer.
I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
Maya!
Maya!
A voice. That's right, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the Killer.
Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida.
Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well.
It's all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream.
Shelly the Killer. What is he going to say? About my client.
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Mr. D. Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. D. Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Okay, so we gotten to this point now.
We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on.
Well, it appears this one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation.
Of the trust between you and your client, I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that is why you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the D Killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before. But if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly.
That's enough. Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves, and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself.
Hold it!
We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
That egomaniac.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra stuff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and close, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. As a therapist, you know. Okay. Do we have to press him?
I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent. And that is the reason I am here today and this witness stand.
Hold it!
Okay.
Hold it!
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask him, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
What?
Objection!
But witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be. On the phone earlier.
What's going on here?
My guess is that Mr. D. Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. D. Killer told him a different name. Matt Engard, perhaps. I knew it.
This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
You, Shelley D. Killer!
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Engard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help proceed his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was fake. But most definitely of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. D. Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all.
No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Engard is innocent.
It seems to have caused you a bit of confusion. I seem to have caused you a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Oh dear. Oh, this could be our last chance.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. D. Killer is lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty.
Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would have absolved the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley D. Killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie.
Miss Andrews.
The suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. D. Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please. Help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Oh, I think this leads to the bad ending. Okay, I guess I can save on data too. Because that's going to lead to a not guilty verdict. Okay, so I guess the third data I'll leave as the request the verdict, request the trial to continue. We've come this far, let's request it to continue. Phoenix.
I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty.
You are a lawyer.
I know. But Matt Engard is a killer. Murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrew be convicted, then I'm no better than Engard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust.
His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. D. Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. See through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor.
There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. D. Killer.
Right away, Your Honor.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about? Usually done.
But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. D. Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. It is any wonder no one likes to go to court.
About my client, part 2.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client didn't frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is that creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected sort of event. For the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been reported.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness.
As if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes 2 of us. Oh my goodness, this is really going on for a while. It's almost 10 o'clock. My goodness, but I have to keep going at this point. I really just don't know what's going to happen.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicion on his end. But I have to do something to waste some more time.
Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes.
How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring...
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me?
Oh, no, that's not what... Oh, no. That's not what he meant.
You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty.
Oh my gosh. Poor Phoenix, he is not going for this trial really smoothly.
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
Hold it!
I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah.
Well, a change in occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. D. Killer.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt.
Hold it!
Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy.
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, but it's something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here.
Hold it!
So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No. I already told you I have no intention of using your services, ever.
Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here?
Hold it!
From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true.
That's odd.
Hold it!
So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall.
Hold it!
And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? Isn't your plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix?
All I can do now is expose the lies.
That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet.
Hold it! Hold it!
From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of the clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if it's really true.
That's odd.
I wonder what he said.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
I'm not sure if I have to show evidence or keep pressing.
Objection!
Oh my goodness, this is really becoming a long episode. But like I said, I might split this into 2 parts, only because I think it might be best if I split into 2 parts.
Objection! Hold it!
Okay, so I gotta expose the lies.
Objection! Objection!
This is really a long episode. I don't know exactly if this is... How does she know that Mr. Kurita was already dead? I think that's the part that was suspicious.
Objection!
Maybe what he's saying about Miss Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Kurita was dead.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Let's see.
Objection! 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 Objection!
Oh my goodness, how am I gonna get through this one? think she would pretend.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Wine glass? Okay, I guess it was the wine glass.
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. D. Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered.
But how? How do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
That of the glass?
Mr. D. Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass here bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange.
Yes.
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well.
Right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking.
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Oh, we're now up to this one, okay.
Hold it!
1 week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hoped you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
Specific date and time.
Hold it!
Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request, but as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh?
So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
Must be talking about this bear puzzle.
Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was.
See.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
I'm gonna wait for now before we decide. What the killer said sounds plausible, but in the end, it's just his conjecture.
No, Your Honor. I don't think it's very important.
Well then, witness, please continue.
Hold it!
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was with that brief pause? It's probably just my imagination.
Can we believe that your testimony up to this point has been reliable?
Hold it!
So your client was Adrian Andrews?
That is correct.
Well,
He says the two of them met. If they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw a suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance.
Hold it!
Okay.
so what are these special suspicions? Why did your client request at night?
Let me just go with it's not important for now. For this part.
Hold it!
Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. The only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. D. Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken.
So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so. You see, it is just as I said.
Ugh. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, will the witness please continue?
Hold it!
Okay, now let's go here. Man, this is a long episode.
The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really?
Witness, please continue with your testimony.
Oh. Didn't need to do that.
Hold it! Hold it!
Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations. I was barely able to finish when you requested my service.
A specific date and time.
Hold it!
Might have to be evidence.
Hold it!
Because it looks like I'm not getting anywhere at this point.
Objection!
I have made no mistakes.
Objection!
How am I supposed to draw more information if these are the only things he's going to discuss?
Objection!
I'm really having a hard time with this whole freaking trial.
Objection!
Do I have to seriously...
Objection!
Frick.
Objection!
I think it has to be the memory.
Objection!
Maybe that is something that can be used against him.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
That's why I am so lost and so confused of this whole thing.
Objection!
I really just have no idea.
Objection! 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 Objection!
Man, this trial is going freaking long. My goodness, I may have to split this into 2 parts. Because I don't think I'm going to get all this done by tonight. Well, I mean, I could, but I don't know if I want to go for another 4 freaking hours of this, of the trial thing like I did last time.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
my gosh. Do I have to look this up again? Because I don't want to have to look this up in...
Objection!
Oh my gosh. Because I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm trying to give
Objection!
the evidence so on. I'm trying to see if his last statement that he said is something...
Objection!
I mean, I know it could be obvious. First, I'm just checking if it's evidence.
Objection!
Man, I'm
Objection!
really getting annoyed by this. I don't know why I can't figure this out. What is wrong with me? Like, I can't figure this out.
Objection!
Ugh.
Objection!
Or for some reason, it could be the suicide note.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
How am I supposed to figure all this out if I can't find out anything?
Hold it!
Oh my gosh. Bear. This is gonna be a recurring theme, is it? Yeah, it is.
Objection!
Look at the spy stuff. Oh my goodness, I'm getting really tired of this. Ah!
Objection!
Can I just get this done, please? Please, I'm struggling here. Do I use evidence or what?
Objection!
I swear, it's like I have to go through every... Okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use evidence to figure this whole thing out. But which one do I use, though? That's the toughest part. Like, what the hell do I use?
Objection!
Let me try the picture card.
Objection!
Oh! Okay, something happened. Hang on.
Objection!
Wait. Go back. It was, this one.
Objection!
Oh no, it wasn't. What was it? Because we were getting somewhere. Why did I have to reload the game? Okay,
Objection!
Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence.
It does. I don't see anything contradictory.
Huh? Really?
Objection denied. Try to think before you make accusations.
Really? Are you serious? Okay, I guess I have to... Oh my gosh, what do I do?
Objection!
Oh my gosh, how much longer do I have to go through failing?
Objection!
Okay.
Objection!
I do not want to get stuck with this again. Wait. I can't figure this out. What is wrong with me? Why can't I figure this out? My brain is fried. I have never thought I was going to struggle this much in the trial. I know the first part I struggled a lot. Oh my goodness. What do I do? How do I get him to talk? We met at a certain bar to finalize a few matters. Oh my gosh. What bar? My brain is fried. What do I use? It's like I can't be able to figure this whole thing out.
Objection!
Oh my gosh, I am... Oh. I don't know what to do. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Do I have to keep pressing his memory? I guess not. Okay, I hate to do this again, but I'm gonna have to look this up. Cause I know I shouldn't, but I just want to get this done. I just want to get through this. Like, I hate to look this up, but I'm gonna have to. Because I'm stuck. Again. It's just right now, I don't know. Whoopsies, didn't mean to do that. Oh, I think I know why now. Okay. I'm sorry if I had to keep looking this up, but I just... Oh my goodness, this trial's been going on for so long now.
Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's why I thought I can trust this person as a client.
He just hit him! Oh my goodness, he just hit him! Okay, that's why I screwed up. I should have realized that sooner!
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
I heard what I think I heard just now. And then I think I've got him.
Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Huh? Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client.
I do apologize I had to look this up again. The only thing is I should have realized that I always keep assuming that it's evidence. Oh my goodness, I really screwed this up. I do apologize I had to keep looking that up. I'm sorry. I hate looking it up to get the answer, but... Okay, hopefully this was the last time I had to look something up just to help me get through this trial. But that's it. That's it. No more. Hopefully no more.
But as we now know, that was not how it turned out, correct? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes. I suppose you are correct.
So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate?
He says the two of them met. If they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Has to be this testimony.
I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following: that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their requests.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. D. Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would this assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. D. Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley Killer, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
No, he's just going to spit out more lies.
Very well. This time, please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Requesting take talking part 2.
Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter?
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us.
I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like we can do this.
As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Oh my goodness, this is a really long trial.
But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients?
Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible.
But didn't you meet your client this time?
No, I did not.
Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer. Should behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. D. Killer met with his client?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, this is the nature of right and wrong.
And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities?
On top of which the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special institute envelope?
Oh, I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email.
Email?
In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down.
Ahem. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and...
2 or 3 other things. Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. The killer sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious.
Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please.
So you're saying that you never saw your client's face? Not even once?
I did. Once.
It was when I went to give my client the figurine.
Yes, I see.
But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time.
A mask?
The Nickel Samurai.
The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing.
Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
One thing does sort of stick out of me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Powers' testimony.
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. Engard. And at the time, he was not wearing his Nickel Samurai mask.
Oh! Order. Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness.
Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice through the various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person.
I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trains, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting?
Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man?
And where's your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money!
What?
Mr. Attorney. Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies are a good thing, you know. Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I'm free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry, please forgive my foolishness.
If only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness.
We've pretty much reached the end of our rope here.
Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me.
And that's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying D. Killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in.
Oh, yeah.
All we can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Oh my goodness. Actually, I think you should press him on the first thing. We've come this far. I have to try to prove something here.
Very well, I will show you proof.
Are you sure about this, Phoenix?
Here is the proof that the witness met with his client who wished Mr. Kurita dead.
Take that!
So what do you think? You may say, what do you think? However, I am for all intents and purposes a transceiver radio. Oh, that's right. You can't actually see the evidence. Well, I don't think this was one I needed to see. I can hear the silence in the air.
How could I have picked the wrong piece at a time like this?
Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait!
Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? The killer sounds like one sharp man.
we're in huge trouble.
Hold it!
Because at this point, this is going to be tough. I'm going to save here. Oh my goodness.
Take that! Take that!
Man, this episode is really going long for a while.
Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that!
My goodness. I'm not sure if I have any evidence.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Oh my gosh. Man, this is a long episode, and I keep screwing all this up because I'm making it longer.
Take that!
You know, actually, I'm kind of curious. What happens if you do press him again
Hold it!
at this point when you're talking about the items?
Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Miss Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish. One of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews.
Okay, well, we're getting somewhere a little bit.
Hold it!
I found this figurine at Mr. Engard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Miss Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Ooh, we're gonna save just in case.
Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Engard's mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly.
What?
This is a battle of wits. I can't let it up on him.
I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear.
Take that!
Went to visit the water closet. Oh my goodness.
Take that!
Shelley D. Killer, if you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item?
I see where you're going.
Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
And I was going to burn it. For her sake.
If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order, order, order. So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Oh! Order, order, order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright! I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of your agreement. No, that's enough. is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do.
Wait, please!
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No! Please! Not that! Please wait!
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand otherwise. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should.
Edgeworth, we can't do this. We keep this up. Maya, she'll...
The prosecution.
What has come over everyone? Even you are...
Prosecution. Rest.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then, the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If this is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. D. Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley D. Killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. If I have a trial here right now, then your client, Matt Engard, would be declared innocent. And in this place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews would be charged with murder?
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Engard, to the stand.
The items from D. Killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could. It looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
Huh. So, I guess even the old foodie duty figured me out.
Mr. Engard?
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap is just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life?
You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Did I say he's guilty or not guilty? Whatever choice I make, someone's life is going to end. All hands on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Engard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right.
I can't do this. But I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart.
My client, Matt Engard, is...
I can't save! Oh my gosh. I have to choose! This must be what the ending was... Oh my goodness. Okay. Do we go with guilty? Or do we go with not guilty? I can't believe I can't save at this point. You could have just let me save. Dang it.
So it's either we sacrifice Maya or sacrifice Adrian Andrews. Okay, let's go with, oh my goodness, I don't want to say not guilty. Should we go with guilty? Or should we go with not guilty? Because, oh my goodness, I hope I don't screw this up. Okay, let me save real quick on data 2. And see what happens.
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Engard, your client, deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry.
Matt Engard is...
Objection!
Franziska!
Franziska von Karma? What are you doing? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine. His injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence.
Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
Must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. This is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? I want to save on the second data because this will probably lead to the ending.
Does that pistol have any relation to this case?
We have yet to perform a ballistic test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me.
That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it?
That's what I believe, yes.
Oh.
I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. It's probably not going to help us very much. A small caliber pistol that is thought to have been fired by the killer at Franziska. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. But the killer took that from the mansion.
Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah?
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow
Somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the killer is no ordinary man. One of the items retrieved, the killer violently tried to recover it, contents unknown. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
Was that used during the crime?
I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. Save on the second data. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what is that?
There is a button missing on this uniform.
A button.
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy uniform. Worn by the killer on the night of the murder, one of the special buttons is missing. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. Wait a minute, hang on. I wonder... That's all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client.
Yes, that is correct. These 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Is this the end? Phoenix.
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now.
But, no matter how you think about it, it's...
Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first. Make Engard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he would let his hostage go.
That may be true, but... that's asking me to do the impossible.
The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go.
Mia, it's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
The bigger problem is, the judge has already said it doesn't need any more evidence. He doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean...
You mean to turn things around?
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence, the defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then, you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I'll grant you one chance.
One chance?
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
And I'm going to save on the third data. I'm going to keep the first data with the decision.
That's impossible. To turn a situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
You have to try to remember everything that has happened up till this point. Think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Enguarde down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? I see. Now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't have anything to say to this.
How about you, Miss Von Karma?
Well, I was just shot, so...
I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you are talking about anymore.
Wait, please, one more chance.
This is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Matt Enguarde, that is all. This court is adjourned.
I think we got the bad ending. And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Well, it's a good thing I saved on both datas. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. I guess I got the bad ending first. Whoopsies, didn't mean to do that. Well, we got a trophy for it. Okay. 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 So now that we got the bad ending, I think it's best to save on the first data. Who would you like to show evidence to? Matt Enguarde. So it wasn't a videotape. The bellboy uniform? Oh no, I got it wrong again. Oh no, what have I done? It's a shame I can't even pause the game in order to, Can I just pause and exit? I'll just keep holding the circle button to skip all this. I don't know. Oh my goodness, the end. No, that is not the end. Oh my goodness, since we're nearing the end, I believe I'm going to have to try to get this right. I'm sorry if this episode's really extending the length here. Oh my goodness. Matt. And the pistol.
gosh. Okay, so we're not supposed to show this to Matt. Okay, so we know that Matt was not the person we're supposed to show. Oh my freaking gosh. Okay, so it's not Matt Engard. I thought it was going to be Matt, and we got the bad ending yet again. Da da da. Oh my goodness. This is a long episode. Oh my goodness. What have I just done? Was I supposed to show evidence to Adrian, maybe? So it's either Adrian or the Killer, or Shelly the Killer. Okay, let's try Shelly the Killer. The bellboy uniform. What? Oh my gosh! Oh no! I got another fail! Oh my goodness! Why in the world am I failing this badly? I can't even pause the game and reload the data. It's just ridiculous. Oh no, now we got the bad ending for the third time. Oh my gosh, why? Why? How many more times do I have to keep getting the bad ending in order to get the good ending? I want the good ending. Please, let me have the good ending, please. Let me have the good ending. Oh my goodness. Okay, I guess I wasn't supposed to show it to Shelly the Killer or something. Probably, I don't know. I am just picking out every person. Maybe Adrian? Let's see, What? Oh my gosh! My goodness, this is a super long episode, and I was hoping this wasn't going to be a long episode. Why do I keep getting the bad ending? Seriously. Oh my goodness, every time I pick it's wrong. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, I know. Boo-hoo. Yeah, I know. Boo-hoo. Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Or maybe... if it's not one of the free evidence, and if it was, wait, what if it was the transceiver? Well, I tried for that one. Oh my gosh. Why? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, I guess I'm not supposed to use the other evidence. Phoenix, you are just getting so unlucky if you keep getting the bad ending like this. Oh my gosh. I want to get the good ending. Why am I screwing this up so badly here? Why? Why? Why do I screw this up so badly? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Let's try the Killer again, and then let's see. So it wasn't this. What about the videotape?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Alright, looks like I managed to convince him. Okay, we did something right, finally. Okay. Oh, yes, finally. We did something right here. Oh, my gosh.
Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to give this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews?
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't it? Isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea.
Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Why did Matt Engard film the crime scene? Okay, that's what we gotta figure out next. The reason why he did this is my ticket out of this whole mess.
There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They...
Blackmail?
Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley D. Killer?
Oh!
It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
Yes.
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the D-Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
I see. That's all I wanted to know.
So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you, your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item!
Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Miss Von Karma, where did that...
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, it's finally over!
Mr. Edgard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of the very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief. Matt Engard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
Me? My wonderful self? Guilty?
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant if you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore.
No! Guilty!
Oh my gosh! Holy crap!
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt Edgard?
I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip lever right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved.
Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Aww.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
March 23rd, 5:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3.
You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that, to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, Or should I save Maya's life?
My client, Matt Engard, is...
Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Right.
Edgeworth!
I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really?
Pearls!
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah, Missing Maya! Missing Maya is safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Oh, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier. Thanks.
Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy?
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
How dare you!
Don't worry. She may in time, after all. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago.
Edgeworth?
For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I feel like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense!
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold in everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth.
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Who ran away into the night.
Ah! Is Miss Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down.
When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool!
Miss Von Karma!
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth.
You are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma.
And neither am I. It's over.
It's all over.
Francisca threw something on the ground just now.
This is an electromagnetic receiver.
Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right?
Okay.
Nick!
Maya!
Missing Maya! Missing Maya! Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got Engard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Of course I did. You know I would never desert you. You sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth!
I'm relieved you're alright.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick! Food! Grub, chow, I'm starved! I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth. Please.
If you insist.
Why am I giving Phoenix Maya's voice? Hello?
Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
4 hours into this episode. Oh my goodness. This is a long episode. Why did I have to suffer for this? Anyway, let's just finish this up. March 23rd, 7:30 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, hotel lobby. Hey, Gumshoe's okay. Oh my goodness, his forehead.
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
A telephone pole.
Then it wasn't a red light that got him. Yeah, did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather around. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us. Come on, tonight's all about Eden, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the date detective. Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the free items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from D. Killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There was a fourth item? Ah, come on, y'all. It's over. But oh boy, I tell ya, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped. Never a dull moment with you, huh?
You think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture.
Sounds like y'all had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Miss Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Oh, it's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Ah. Sure it's nice to finally see them both smiling again.
What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is picking something up.
Oh, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, a tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
You've eaten way too much, you glutton.
I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait!
What?
I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Oh, you only got one chance at this. You screwed us up. You are a dead man. A whip thrown away by Francisca Von Karma. It has a certain mysterious nostalgia to it. Oh my goodness. You know what? Let's try the whip.
What's this?
Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her.
You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Miss Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly! Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. If you want to say thank you to Nick.
Huh? Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better it'd be anyhow for $3,000.
Huh?
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. For Hans.
Is this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Aw, you don't need to hold back now. You hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
Alright then. If you say so.
And that's it. We've come to the end of Justice for All. Holy crap, I can't believe this took me 4 hours.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Oh my goodness. So that means we got done with 2 of the 3 games in the trilogy.
I'm so happy you could save Miss Maya, Mr. Nick. I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So you sort of reservations for the two of you, just in case.
Oh my goodness, Pearl. Man, oh man. Alright, this game was a lot more tougher than the first game, I would have to say. This was a lot more tougher. Oh my goodness.
Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief. He got me reinstated, but for my sake. Heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it! Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
Yeah, but please next time, Gumshoe, don't injure yourself again, please. Oh my goodness. And I can't believe this is a long episode. 4 hours. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's that person again. I'm Maggie Bird. I'm retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Oh, I didn't expect I was going to see her again. Oh, my goodness. Oh, great.
Yes, I'm here to visit a patient. I'm Director Hottie. Oh, recently. Yes, that girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I ever laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Oh.
Shut up. Leave me alone. I don't want to see you again. If I see you again, I'm going to scream. Oh, my goodness. Alright, who else? Oh.
It's time to begin our quest of World Circus domination, sweetie. Just to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight of Zombie.
I couldn't read the rest.
Hey, Max, what do you mean?
Oh, I can't read all these lines. Gosh dang it. Do you think there are castles made of cakes and buddies?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes.
Couldn't read all the lines. Oh my goodness. Alright, and who's left? Oh, great, it's Moe.
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor. Mr. Girls will represent. I've got a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. And...
What's this? Transdisciplinary electronic razor for charging on its... I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Edgy Pooh's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me? Would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like a...
Oh, great. You know, just keep speaking, just, you know, keep saying what you gotta say, Miss Oldbag. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Alright, oh my goodness, alright. And there's Adrian. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right, I've received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Wow. So at least Adrian's gonna be okay.
It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my home page. May we both be blessed with longevity.
Oh, longevity. Oh, and there goes that receiver. Oh my goodness. Alright, is there anyone else that we have to talk with? Maybe? Oh. Something else is happening. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International Departures Gate 12. What's this? Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here?
With this.
That's...
I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage, but it's going in the trash. I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
When I ran off with the things from D Killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things?
It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manford von Karma's daughter.
Franziska.
So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to.
Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you?
I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews?
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intentions of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways. Franziska von Karma.
Oh, what? I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this 4th piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. That's gonna really come into play in the next game. Oh, it's that card! And that's it. Farewell, my turnabout.
So that's it. We finally reached the conclusion of the second Phoenix Wright game of the 3 in this trilogy. I was hoping not to go for 4 hours, but you know what? Screw it. But that means we now got done with 2 of the games so far. We got done with the first, and we got done with the second. Now, only 1 more remains. Trials and Tribulations. So we only got 1 more game left to go for the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, and then after that, this Let's Play will be completed. So, we got the bad ending and the good ending. Man, I can't believe this episode went on for 4 freaking hours. Oh my goodness. Well, 4+ hours. Oh my goodness. Just like in the last episode for the first game. But that was because I had so many mess ups, including from the first part. And I do apologize I had to look it up twice to kind of see some of the answers. It's just, I just really don't want to be there forever. I was kind of stuck. I had brain farts. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry if I had to look it up, but, you know, it was just, I needed to kind of see what the answer was for those 2 parts in particular, because I was just so confused. Now, for the one with D-Killer, I should have realized that right off the bat, and should have realized that sooner, about the one statement about the client thing. But with Will Powers, his was so confusing, but then again, I had to press. So that was my own fault for not realizing that sooner. You think I would have fought smarter, but unfortunately, I did not. I failed. Alright, so, but anyway, we finally got through this episode, and, oh my goodness, it is about soon to be 12 o'clock in the morning, and I believe this is where we're going to finally stop, because ultimately, I think this is a good way to end this episode. So, guys, that is going to be it for part 31 of my Let's Play of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. I do apologize that this video was about 4+ hours long. But if you made it all the way for the end, I hope you guys have enjoyed this video as much as I have. Although it was a very long episode, and I was going to plan to split it into 2 parts, but I'm like, you know what, I gotta keep going. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Anyway, in the next part, we are going to be starting the 3rd and final game of the trilogy, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Who knows what these next episodes are going to hold at this point, and who knows how episode 1's going to play out. So yeah, like I said, in the next part, we are going to be doing the very last game, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. We'll be doing episode 1 in the next part. So you guys do not want to miss what's going to happen on the next part of my Let's Play of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. And I guess that's all for me. So until next time, this is XZ6. Hope you guys have a great night. I will see you guys in part 32 of my Let's Play of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, where we will be doing the 3rd and final game of this trilogy. And I will see you guys in the next video. Until then, farewell and have a good night. And let's just hope that next time it won't be a super long episode. Before I end this, by the way, if we're doing the final episode of Trials and Tribulations, once you get to that, I'm probably going to split it into a couple parts if this happens again. But anyway, that's just me complaining. Anyway, I'll see you guys in part 32 for the next part of my Let's Play of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And until then, farewell and have a good night.